Alright. Let me get the spirit game up here. Up here. Let's do that. Let's have that in the background. Blech, blech, blech. Just adjustments to my tablet arm. What's next? What's next? Oh, let me turn off desktop audio too. Alright. Doing the kitchen shit. Gently boil ingredients until rich and sweet. Crackle fire. Simmering. Sounds. Simmering. Here comes the rain again. Good? Yeah, okay. We got it. We got it. Let me take a look here. Oh. Kitchen. What do we do for floors? That's kind of white. The water's cute. My kitchen is flooded. I wish they had more spacey textures for the house. Because this is cute and all, it's just very, it's pixel. It'd be nice to like have like a paint, like a painting of like galaxy space textures. Can we do? We don't have the. I mean, these are kind of okay. Yeah, this will work. Black, white. There we go. Window. I don't have the curtain options. I just have white right now. I do like these better. Is that ombre? Ombre? Okay, what is the color of the stove? What? Copy? I do love a good gradient. Okay, 1, 2. I think white might be cuter. Yeah, I like that. Do you want anything different with the black the backsplash? Hey Crit, how's it going? I'm just screwing around with this game before I oh, I like that one because it looks like an eyeball. I'm just messing around with this until I switch back to my art screen. What is this? The ceiling. Black. Oh yeah, I think that matches the house. Beam accents. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. I like that. Countertops. Oh, I like that. Yes. I have money now, so I'm actually, you know, doing this stuff. I like the ornate better. I like the ornate. Lower cabinets. Yeah, that's too modern for me. Too boxy. The little kitty. The little kitty ones. Let's see here. White. Blue. Probably what? Oh, black. Yeah, black. Black's cool. Yeah, yeah. Stove. Ooh. I mean, this is propane. Oh no, that's electric. That's a glass top, which we have. Don't get glass tops, they suck. This... Okay, these are both glass top. I mean, I guess they could be... Okay, maybe this one's actually the propane one. And that one's the electric one. We'll stick with the propane. Sink. I like the colored one. Item 1. Oh, I couldn't do any of this because this all costs money. Oh god, this is torture. Torture! 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 Let's do a bowl of fruit. We like fruit, don't we? There's a rice maker, though. And a kettle for tea. We might do that instead. We can have another item, though. Microwave. Crock pot, rice maker. We got four items. Okay, let's see here. Toaster. Microwave oven. Custom delivery. Well, let's do a little, yeah. Can't change the color. That makes sense though. Little. Okay, what else do we got here? Toaster. Microwave. I know this is rip-roaring, interesting, I'm sure. Dirty dishes. Oh, true to real life. This is kind of like out in the open. A cutting board would be good here. Like maybe flowers? Oh, I like the flowers. Sure, we'll go with that. Fridge. Yeah, I like the retro style a bit more. Light. Oh, here we go. Starry stuff. Duh. Although I do like the old school lantern. That's cool. Let's see. Okay. Wallpaper. Okay, so I just have the same tile. I think that's fine for now. Hanging item. Seating. Oh. Nah, matches the kitchen. Table. we think the tablecloth is cute. We'll go with that. Okay. Table item. I'm more of a waffle person, but we'll go with the pancakes. Ooh, or breakfast? Oh, last place for an item. Should that be where the microwave is? Why don't we put the tea here? Yeah, the tea should go here. And then... they're not grouped like that. And one. This could be the microwave. Alright. There. Alrighty, let's go back to doing some art. I took earlier today, I took the liberty of making a custom height chart. Blech. Because every time you look online for one, it just doesn't quite, like, it's too pixelated, or it just doesn't I don't know. Like, it's not the resolution I would like it to be. So I took the time to make my own, and it was, you can see behind me all the layers, all the in-betweens. I measured everything out so it's pixel perfect. Nothing can be too pixelated. I know, Crip, but when it's like, unless I'm a pixel artist. I'm not a pixel artist. I mean, I've done pixel art, but it's not my, anyway, all these, I did all the fucking number boxes. Each one's its own number box. Hopefully I never have to do this again. Until I need something larger than 15 feet. Which I will, probably. I know already that, let's see here. Boff likes to be like 35 feet in their domain, so anyway, let me turn some stuff off here. We don't need this. We need the name. Okay. Most absurd thing I heard all day. Next thing you know, your ears are too. Visible. We don't need. Copy. Paste. What? No. Paste. Oof. Alright. This is a PNG that I shrunk down, by the way, because I don't need a 600 pixel, 6,000 pixel height chart at the moment. Alright, so you are... So to take it to your heels, well, where your heels would be. What did I say your height was? 6 something? I forgot the height of my own character. Isn't that cool? 6'9", I think. I love forgetting the details of my own characters. It's 9'6". 9'6"? What the hell? What kind of backwards ass brain do I have today? Okay, so I would say right here, if we were to give just a little bit top of the head, maybe a little more. To kind of give... There we go. Yeah. big boy. His proportions might need adjusting. Alright, so we're gonna also... Oop. Yes. Alright. Not safe. Open. My girl, my girl, my girl. Talking about my girl. My girl. That girl. I'm just, working on her today is the plan. I'm just trying to, like, gauge an idea here. Of ref. Where's the main? Right there? We're just gonna merge a bunch of layers just real quick to... Copy. Paste. No. Paste. Oop. Yep. No. Okay, where's she at? She's like... So there's 5. So she's just a little bit... Yep. Probably like right... Right there. I think that could work. I'm just trying to... Oh wait, no, I need to... account for her. Yeah, okay. We need to go back with her heels. So actually I need to, extend this downward. Like 10 pixels maybe? Maybe go 50. There. Alright, where the heels are. Okay, that's 5. Alright, there we go. That works. No, I think his proportions are fine. Maybe I need to bring him down a little though. Okay. There we go. I think this will work. The height chart, I mean. I'm just trying to make sure that like how many heads tall and height and stuff like that makes sense. Which I'm not great at. Measuring is hard for me. Measuring half of my brain. Alright, let me put some music on. I need to put some music sure. I got a half volume on Spoofify, so if it's too loud, let me know. I'm gonna move my mic a bit. Alright, girl. Let's see here. And if I need to turn it down, I'll turn it down on, Alright, it looks like it's a little... If I need to turn it down, I'll turn it down on Streamlabs. Hopefully it's okay. Let me make sure my... Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. Her eyes are a little wonka-donk for me. Illusion trying to change you. Don't go, I want you to stay. I'm begging you, please, please don't leave here. The world is just an illusion trying to change you. Begging you, please, please don't leave here. The world is just an illusion. It's trying to change you. Thunder. Don't you hear that rumba? Thunder. Don't you hear the thunder? I love Kiltro. Dang, that actually looks like a shoe. They sound surprised because I'm not usually really great at drawing shoes. That looks like a shoe. Look at me go. I'm growing as a person. It looks like a shoe, but I don't know if I'm still satisfied with the shape. But, you know. I'll take the victory of it looking like a shoe. For context, would you say these are shoes, or would you say that these are socks? Looking at them now, they look like socks, but those were intended to be shoes. Make me... Dang, I got... Someone tried to double team me with bots. I might make her coat longer. After all. I like that it's short. I think a little length wouldn't hurt. Just a little more length wouldn't hurt. Yeah. do, do. Nice. There you go. Where is it? Where's your thingy? Where is it? Is it not here? Okay. No. Label my layers. Don't be silly. Ah ha ha ha. Where is it? Oh, it's the color layer. Of course it is. What the hell? Weird. I'm thinking she's at least 6. That makes him 7. Just under 7 feet. Not too tall. No, I think that feels about right. Yeah. And my hair. Ha oh. Ha oh. Oh, well. Roaches. Nice. The roaches in my mind. Just in my mind. Just in my mind. What is it on here? 12 something. 12.9, I think. Sale. Not gonna be quite accurate. But yeah. Who's that ghost? Who's that ghost? More. You. Am I satisfied? Probably need to account a little bit more for the fuzz. Not a proper ref, but you know. Well, for this setting. Jesus. Oh, we got a spirit. Wait. What do we get? Oh, the little dollop of jam to make the hair. Oh no, that's cute. Your mama. Oh no. Cute. What's next? Cook quickly in a pan. Sizzling late night snack. Night. Yep. That's the one I like the most, right? Yeah. Oh my god, they're reading a recipe! Oh no! That's so cute! I like it when they do things. Sometimes they're not always doing things. Oh, hey, animal! I'm doing good. I mean, you know, world is on fire and everything's going to shit. You know, on American terms. But I'm doing. If the music's too loud, let me know. I've been drawing and I'm just taking a little break here with this one. I'm here. I'm alive. And I am making the most of that. Oops. Against my own will and better judgment, I'm here. Goodness. Reach the shore. Alright, this needs to be like that. There we go. There we go. It's not the fancy one I made everyone, but it's at least it's the right color now. I was worried that his color palette was too similar to hers. And there are similarities, but I think it's fine now. Putting them up to next to each other. I just like Periwinkle. I like Periwinkle a lot, you know? And their color palette is similar, but it's like you can tell that his is more desaturated and his is more vibrant. And it's fine. Like, I'm allowed to have more than two green, or more than one green character. I'm allowed to have that. I have this thing where I overthink everything and make my life harder about worrying things about that don't matter. I can't have all the things. Like, there's a lot of different... Like, the thing is, this is part of an alumni that I've been, you know, hyper-focused on putting together. And I want them to all be, like, each member to be very different from each other. I like the idea of different, you know, a vast array of different species and styles and colors and stuff like that. But because it's me and I have certain aesthetics that I like, there's definitely going to be things that are going to like be similar in a lot of way. And that's just kind of the nature of like my aesthetics and tastes and stuff like that. I feel like I'm going to run into eventually a problem here, which I already am, because it's like, I want like a bunch of different species, but I'm just one bee. And having a bunch, like, having a well-developed, like, alien race, which might not be, like, you know, the criteria here, but, like, designing a bunch of different, you know, races is going to be, or species is going to be a lot to take in. I don't know. I'm just kind of going as I go, I suppose. Anyway, how have you been? How's the new flat? How... Is it still falling apart, or has things been working? Or fixed, I should say. Speaks to be in Morse code. What? Oh, hi, Lemon. Am I Morse coding? Am I not making sense? Flat is coming together, and we're better than it was. Okay. Just need to get electric meter fixed this Friday and should be good. Oh, one last thing. I'm glad to hear that. But it sounds better than the laundry list that you gave me when you last talked about it. Criminy. Perfect. It sounds like, you know, perfect location. You know, where it's near your support system, your family and your friends. But the place itself, the place that you need to spend time in and sleep in and cook in and you know, be with the love of your life in, it's like, oh man, kind of feels like it's put together with cardboard. The one drawback, I guess, right? A little bee. I'm just a little bee! I don't know! I'm just a little bee! I don't remember shit from Bravest Warriors. I remember that, though. I watched it all the way till that one season where they released it under, you know, behind a paywall. But then I guess it got released and it wasn't that good. I don't know. I kind of feel bad for Peyton Ward, I think his name was. Like, you just want to make stories and cartoons and fun stuff, but there's always some kind of, you know, bullshit that keeps you from doing it. Doggo's fully embraced the flat and loving not having kids and pups jumping on her. Aww. Though she doesn't understand that my bed is actually mine and I'm allowed to sleep in it too. Goodness. Both me and my partner got into bed and Doggo decided to lay in the middle. Oh gosh! That giggle always takes me off guard because I rarely hear it. Both me and the partner got into bed, and the doggo decided to lay in the middle and not move. Aww, puppy. They say there was like this video on TikTok a while ago where this dog expert, quote unquote, said, "Don't let your dog sleep in the bed." And then everybody showed, like, does stitches of them showing their dog laying in their bed. And I'm like, you know, maybe having your giant ass dog in your bed, like, has some drawbacks. But I'm pretty sure most people wouldn't trade it for anything. But it's always been Winkersham. This song made me cry the first time I heard it. Catbug. That kid is like a full-on adult now, isn't he? Who voiced Catbug? I had a Catbug keychain years ago. Because I love Catbug. I mean, who doesn't love Catbug? I'm very much in the mindset of my doggo lives here too, and if she wants to lay on the sofa, she can. If she wants to snuggle on the bed, she can. I don't get why people don't let their beds on furniture. It's like there's space to live. Why make it smaller? From what I understand, it's about dominance. You want to make sure your pet knows who's boss. And I'm just like, I feel like you're having the pets for the wrong reasons, you know? Like, obviously, difference of opinions. But for pets are companions, you know? But some people want a creature that they want to obey them, and they want to have, you know, to have like dominance over them and like I don't know, like if that's your reason for having a critter companion, it's a bit of a red flag. It's a bit of a red flag, maybe not to build any relationship other than acquaintance with you. The big dog, yeah, no, the big dog is, you know. I would say that you need to make sure to have lots of nice places for them, though. Like designated places for them to sleep, though. If you can't have, like, if, you know, if them being on the couch is just too much. Also, I have lots of hot takes. I mean, maybe not too you know, maybe they're not all that controversial, but I don't think people should have Arctic dogs that live in, you know, southern parts of the world or close to the equator, basically. Because they show pictures of their huskies in the middle of summer lying on the ground with one little fan trying to keep itself cool, and it looks like, you know, the most miserable creature to exist. And I'm just like, why did you decide to get a husky in southern Mississippi, you know? I mean, hey, it's having a personal hot water bottle as a shadow. Yes, agree. Yeah, you gotta think of their well-being. Like, people are gonna say, like, why are you trying to tell me what to do, and what, like, you can't tell me what to do, and what kind of breed of dog I have, and all that, and, like, you're right, I can't tell you what to do. Because there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no, restrictions, there's no, regulations. There we go, that's the word I was looking at. There's no regulations to having what kind of breed of dog in what location, you know? But that doesn't mean I don't think there should be. Having like a Malamute or a Samoyed when when snow does not even grace your doorstep once in the year is like kind of like, you know, terrible. I think you're thinking of the aesthetic of having a dog like that rather than, you know, what that dog would actually need. Yep. Yep. Exactly. And don't get me started on dog breeding. Don't be getting me started on, like, you know, how it's okay to, you know, horribly inbred an animal in order to get certain, you know, aspects of breed standard. To the point where, you know, they barely can, you know, they can't live a comfortable life anymore. People love pugs so much, but I am so anti-pug. And I'm not saying, like, you know, like, every pug that exists, every pug that's alive right now deserves to be loved and cared for and given the best life possible. But there's no preventive measures for future pugs to make sure that they live quality, healthy lives. And that shit pisses me off so much. Same with English Bulldogs. Same with, apparently German Shepherds have, with their slanted back, really, you know, causes them hip problems, you know. Or King Charles Spaniels, Cavalier King Charles Spaniels, their heads are so, they keep breeding their skulls to be smaller and smaller, to the where those poor dogs get epilepsy. Humans have truly fucked some dog breeds, though, through selective breeding. So many health conditions, yes. It's terrible. Like, in the olden days, it was for breeding dogs in a way so they can perform a specific job to live and aid humans in their day-to-day lives. But now it's kind of gone to the past where it's like, what is that? Like that Jeff Goldblum quote? You never stopped to ask if you know, if you should do something like that. I don't know. I'm definitely once again, people can do what they want. People can go for what other. If they want to pay the money for a specific breed, it is your life. Go for it. Make sure to do the research, to make sure that you give that animal the best life possible. But I'm definitely in the adopt don't shop. Like I so many poor animals need to, so many poor animals need homes. German Shepherds can have hip dysplasia. Spaniels get episodic brain damage. Pugs legit have so poor airways. Yep. Or their eyes pop out of their skulls. I've heard that before. You said it earlier. I'm also anti-pug just because how much you like to... Yeah. So much inbreeding. So much absolute inbreeding. If people do choose to shop or pay money to get a certain animal, I don't think that is inherently bad. People are allowed to do what they want to get whatever they sometimes they have to do that because it's like, what if they needed a hypogenic the word, the word I'm trying to say that I can't say because I'm stupid. Hypoallergenic. That close? They might need one of those to, yes, thank you, animal. They might need one of those so they just can have a pet, Or they might need, a special type of breed to help them, with their job, or, because they're still, herders or farmers or whatever, or they, need a C9 dog. There's still, as far as, animals that are still being bred for specific purpose, they're still, in day-to-day, they're still worth for that. And if they need something like that, or they just want that breed because they love that breed, that's fine. Just, do some research, think of the animal's well-being, and really look into seeing, how bad, they've inbred those animals in order to be a science experiment. That's my opinion, anyway. Scare away. Never been much for this world anyway. Excuse me. Don't walk past them. Don't walk past them. I think it was 4-5. 4-5. I love this song. Scare away. Never been much for this world anyway. As long as people research into owning said pet and breed what its needs will have, I don't mind. But it's when people get a pet without researching and can't handle it when they wonder why. Yeah, people plan for everything to do with people plan on everything to do with kids. Now do the same for pets. Exactly. Animal here with the best opinions. It's a life. It's a commitment. It's not a. Bunnies aren't don't give your kid a bunny for Easter if you don't. or a little or a little little chick if you don't plan to make that an actual pet. Don't. Same with puppies for Christmas. Same with you know animal care background. You probably see if you have an animal care background animal, then you've probably seen the worst of it. I imagine of abuse and neglect. Okay. Every breath, your face near death. Yeah, but it's experience, and then I can learn and advise from what I've seen, and hopefully help someone. Yeah, that's good. You know, you've seen the worst of it, but you know what to look out for and what to tell people in order to prevent uh, problems in the future. Did I forget to... Okay, weird. Did I delete something accidentally? Whoops, no, not that one. This one. There we go. What? Weird. There we go. All right. Good luck wrestling the doggo for some space. Thanks for stopping by, Animal. You have a lovely night. And sleep well, alright? Get it down. 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 Her eyes are a little low on her head. That's better. Only like a few millimeter adjustment to make you feel better about something. uh. Alright. The problem with caring too much about your own OCs is that it makes you go full perfectionist mode when drawing them, which makes it take a long time to draw. I have had that issue. Yeah. I feel like, yeah. That's based on the whole joke about who made you so hard to draw. It was me. But like, I don't have this problem when I draw fan art or gift art of other people's OCs. Just with my own crap. Just with my own crap, I did. Meh. Saw little pictures of them take me 4 times longer than the full picture. Oh, Jesus. Gotta figure out where to put what square to put where in the perfect way. Because Vim's your baby, and Vim must be perfect. Feel it in my bones. He's got a hold on me. I think I should probably do it like that. You and your weird ass tiny feet. That you got from your father. The one thing you got from your dad is his tiny ass feet, because he also has tiny ass feet. Delicate and dainty. What do we got? What do we got? Oh my gosh! Oh gosh. Took roughly the same amount of time to draw despite being more detailed. Wow. Aww. Vim, you complicated little nugget. Coming in for a little hug. Are you listening, Vim? Are you listening? Yep, I'm all ears. But I'm laughing at your own jokes is what cool people do. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Who I was. That's one of the jokes the Volper is saying. Wow, really? Well, that's gotta be a joke Vim says. Vim is made for that joke. Vim is made for that joke. Sense about the ear size, it's normal for her species, so it would have to make much, so it wouldn't have made much sense. I mean, you could make it so that even for her ear size is you know, big even for the species. Or something funnier would be her ear size actually runs smaller to the other ones. Other members of her species even have bigger ears with even longer ears, and she gets made fun of for like being like, ha, tiny ears, small ears. Leave me alone, guys. But then anybody, you know, that's not part of the species looks at her and like doesn't like doesn't make sense out of context, you know. She's already hard enough to fit onto a pixel canvas. Yeah. Narrative causality. Vim has smaller ears compared to the rest of her species because you needed to fit her on a canvas. Need a heart chart for ear sizes. Oh gosh. Oh, legs hurt. 3:30, legs hurt. I mean, 3:45 technically, but you know. wonder if this song is in reference to something specific. Could just be a story. I love it. It'd be worth to check out this artist's other works. You don't want to work tomorrow or today? I'm sorry. Or yesterday. Or the day after tomorrow. I'm sorry, Crits. I don't know what's like, you know. If you're working in retail, chances are, once again, don't tell me anything you're not comfortable saying. I'm just talking out loud, you know? Like how I play Outer Wilds, I just make educated guesses. If you're working in retail, as someone who also worked in retail, chances are, if your hours went up really high, it means that they're short-staffed. Like someone was let go, or some fired, or some stuff, and you had to make up for it. You're the poor person who has to make up for it. Unless you got a promotion that you had no choice but to take. But, you know, it sounds like you're just kind of like, you go through the motions when you're there. It's not exactly something that you're like clicking your heels together. Woo! My work! My job! Time to go above and beyond! I like to work less and live cheap. Now I'm working more and living cheap. Oh gosh. But at least you're giving your all for the loyalty of the company, right? And the company will always look out for you, right? I'm about to make myself barf from this hyperbole, from this facetiousness. And around and around. At company, we want you to feel comfortable being you. Yeah, you probably don't want that. Show up in your fursuit. This is the real me. Yeah, fake, not morality, fake, enthusiasm. Fake sense of moral, fake, something that I hear that they're pushing it like, something that Starbucks is pushing or something like that. Fuck Starbucks, by the way. Is, trying to force their employees to smile more and be more friendly and be more peppy and be more like and it does the ill reverse effect, because when people can tell when kindness and friendliness is insincere. So telling your employees to fake it in a way to not only try to try to boost morale, like manufacture morale, isn't going to have the effect you want, because people can recognize that. Indeed, like old photos of abnormally happy workers, where they get their teeth bleached before the photo shoot, so they appear extra white. Which they have done. I don't know if they do that anymore, but they have. It was something that they would do in the past. Now, though, I think with Photoshop, maybe they don't need to do that anymore. Or. I feel, it's so funny that you mentioned how Mia's obviously one of the most important characters of my lineup, but she's not. I don't know. I wouldn't consider her the most unique design, or the most, and definitely not the most complicated. I mean, look at these other guys that I've been working on. His face took me a long time to get right, because I didn't know how to draw it straight on. But I feel like this took me not that long. She definitely did not take me that long. Her color, I mean, aside from her, like, color. She's the smallest. She's teeny. Well, no, technically Archie is even shorter than her. But yeah, she's very... She's for To be fair, a lot of these others are kind of big. Just a kind of, you know, just a little bit. But, I wouldn't say that, you know, compared to, like, you know, some of these more complicated characters, I feel like I got them out really quickly, but then it's her, just, I gotta get the curves just right, I gotta get the hands, I gotta get the hair, I gotta... And the funny is, her personality, she would be like, why are you fussing over this? Stop being dumb. Just, none of this, what? Stop. And I'm like, no! It must be perfect! Perfect! Well, she's not an alumni. Not yet, anyway. The goal eventually would be for her to be one, but I don't know who her partner would be. Nor what, like, you know, what, as far as, like, the eventual, like, what she would look like at the end of that journey. All that stuff is, like, not... I don't know exactly where to even go in that direction. So I've been kind of focusing on, you know, everyone else for the time being. Panic. I just start to panic. Panic. These two are partners. I only have actually 3 official partners, or bonded pair is the term I've been using. Because trying to, like... I can't just decide, you two go together. It's gotta come naturally to me when it comes to this stuff. But these two, he doesn't have an official one yet. And then I'm working on these two. They're fraternal twins. Other than that, I only have 3 official pairs. And then there's a few other ones that don't have pairs that I need to make too, that I'll add to this. But yeah, eventually, like the whole, like, main story I'm thinking is from her perspective, and getting to that point where she's ready to, you know, take on that next stage there. But with all the realm and world reality hopping that she does. But coming up with their individual stories has been really rewarding for me. I've been having a lot of personal fulfillment. Even a lot of them aren't fully done. Or like, it's basically where they start out with and where do they get to, you know, basically where they start out, where they get to when they first meet Boff, their training with Boff, and then the current point where they are, where they're daemons. And trying to get, like, those different stages of their stories fleshed out I've been enjoying it a lot. The theme, the basic theme, of all the alumni is, suffering. Lots of suffering. Lots of, pain and anguish and despair, but overcoming it, going through, like, massive amounts of suffering, but then doing a lot of work to overcome it and rise above it, you know? That's the basic, the theme here when it comes to all these guys. You told me off. for giving my OCs a hard time. It's the joke, okay? It's the joke. Oh, I love my OC. Throws them into a volcano. Like you basically start. I mean, you didn't give me everything about Nameless, but you tell me how bad Nameless gets it, and I'm just like, why would you do that? Nameless is this little baby nugget, who, surprise, is like a foot tall, which I'm still like. Would have never guessed from the art that you showed me, because it's like you never think of like the antagonist of the story being a foot tall, but I kind of love that you know, that God, I can't remember words right now. That flipped expectation there. But you know, the thing is about suffering is that that's where stories come from, and overcoming that suffering is how we get to a point of hope and growth, and that's like something I really focus hard on, you know. Just over the first line. So just yeah, right there, foot tall. You have your own lineup of characters here, and then you just have like, who's the villain? Who's the antagonist? And then like, oh this is it this guy? No, that's Jack too. Is this scary looking noodle neck? No, that's Scorn. And then you just kind of stop, and then you just like, meow, Yowie is. Yowie is. Kind of Plankton, like, in that sense, but not even remotely similar in personality. Oh no. Someone steps on Nameless. Little squash mark on their boot. Probably unlikely to happen, because I'm sure Nameless has the instincts to dodge it, and then like, I don't know, whirlwind tornado claws someone's foot off. But still. Alright, let me work. These two are coming along. I've drawn her before. She's actually had like lots of different iterations of a character before I decided to settle on her. He though, I didn't know exactly where to go at all, other than I knew that he was shorter than her and broader than her. But I feel like he's coming together a bit more. Sometimes it's just like, man, feel like characters designing is just sometimes like you have a vague idea in your head, and then you do everything you can to try to bring it, but it's like you don't know quite what you want just yet a lot of the time. They're so this is them after, you know, they're alumni too, but they're idiots, and I say that in the most loving way possible. As always, you know, I'll try to, you know, withhold, like, you know, the verbal diarrhea of character stuff that lingers lingers on the forefront of my mind at all times. But I would say that she's more optimistic and he's more pessimistic. Like if you were to boil down their personalities. He used to be more optimistic, but his optimism was tied behind wanting to be granted a sense of worth and purpose by someone who did not who would dangle that in front of them like a carrot on a string. But at this point, you know, he's probably a little burnt out on emotions. I don't have a set timeline as far as, you know, the different I understand I've had enough emotions for a lifetime. Aw, crit. I understand that. I've gone to a point, though, where I personally have, like... I feel like I'm better in control of my emotions than I have been in the past. But I really understand that, where it's like... You feel ruled by your emotions and your feelings, and you just... It's hard to feel like you can't come up with air sometimes. Half of them from this year alone, I'm sorry. Dang. Is it all tied to work? Or just there's some personal stuff going behind the scenes too that you've been dealing with? Oh. Hang on. It's not work related, but it's sure not helping. Aww. Oh my god, they're little takoyaki! I love them. It sounds like work right now is definitely the worst of what you're dealing with. Like, you don't usually talk much about that other than you go to work and you come back from work. But you've been more, like, vocal about the emotional situation has been putting you under, which is not something you commonly do. So, if it's something that you are doing more, I can imagine that it's bad. Like, if it's pushing you to the point to talk about it more, it's bad. If I had to, like, you know, make an educated guess here. I hope it lets up soon. 'Cause, you know, you're not the person who lives to work. You're a person who lives to create, and it's probably really eaten into your creative time. Me too. Yeah. Sending a lot of thoughts your way, dude. A lot of hopeful thoughts. A lot of stinky thoughts to your managers. Stinky thoughts. Stop being stinky. Give Crit a break. Alright, what do we do? Alright. If you're working late, why not take out? Computer? Night. Sometimes it's okay to procrastinate. The spirit gets it. Ordered takeout when I got delicious pancakes right there. I'm more of a waffle person. More of a French toast and waffle person. Oh man, I haven't had French toast is the easiest fucking thing to make too. Like, you kind of have to understand baking a little bit when it comes to pancakes and waffles. French toast is just taking, you know, old or bread or whatever kind of bread you have on hand, soaking it in eggy milk goo with some cinnamon and sugar, and frying that shit up in butter. That's it. It's one of the most delicious things, and it's one of the easiest things to make. 10 out of 10, my type of food. I can just make it, not spend, over an hour in the kitchen, and then have something tasty to eat. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Sorry, I'm just kind of thrashing, doing the back and forth movement here. Sometimes you just need to do that, Sometimes I just need to do that. I don't know about the rest of people. Cooking takes too long, I just eat what's in the fridge. I mostly do that too. The thing is, protein often needs to be cooked, and I try to get more. I try to have at least a protein with every meal, because protein takes the longest to digest and fills you up longer. As someone who's, on the lifelong, path of trying to eat healthier and lose weight kind of thing. Turn off the sizzle. I don't need the sizzle anymore. See, this little guy doesn't do anything. And it makes me sad. Maybe they'll add animations later at some point, but I like it when they interact or do something similar to you're doing. But when they're just sitting there, existing. That's not enough. You gotta perform for me. Existence is not enough. Anyway. Monster. Who made a monster? Who made you a monster? Who made you a monster? Alright. Back to the girl. Back to the lady. I think I don't need to do a pre-ref with her. I think I'm at a point where I can just start the ref. I think I'm ready. I think I'm... It's not fair. Yeah, let's see here. Boop, boop. Hey! Jen Fan! Generally friendly fur. How's it going? Chicken ear fries. Chicken. 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 Yeah, it's Wednesday. My new official art stream day. Second iteration, because I did last week. It pushes me to keep doing art, and I feel like I kind of need that, because there's been just too many points where I'm just like, I don't, I don't have the mental focitude to do art. Alright, so we're actually going to do actual line art this time, and not just my shitty sketching, which I haven't done in a hot minute, but we're going to make it work. Takes me longer because it has to be perfect. It has to be perfect. God damn it. It's funny. It's this desire to be perfectionist when doing, art of my characters, but it's the imperfections that I think it gives art the most character. So it's like I gotta take this take it more to heart, take that belief more to heart as I work on stuff. And nostalgia for what? Is it with the game that you're making? '90s cartoons, '90s games, reading '90s game magazine for aw. Sounds like you're using it as a way to cope with what you've been dealing with. To a simpler time when you didn't have to work. Stampede. Can you catch me? World with love and peace. I need to rewatch Trigun. Oh yeah. You're what? 5, maybe 6 years younger than me? Well, I would say that's, close enough in age to where we probably grew up with a lot of the same stuff. I did not watch the newer one. From what I hear, the story... I hear the story wasn't as good. Like, the animation was solid and beautiful, but the story itself kind of didn't withhold the original integrity. This is just what I've heard. You know, and a big part of Trigun is the story. Look at this brat. What a brat. What a little monster. Are our eyes too close together? They might be. Maybe it's fine. Usually it's eyes being too far apart is the thing that I find myself correcting on all the time. I have so much work, I had to work so much that I'm starting to become normal. I haven't even been making up OC stories on the commute lately. Oh, Crit, I'm sorry. It could be that I notice that when I'm depressed or really struggling with something, I don't think it's because it's normal for you. I think it's just because, you know, you've been dealing with a lot that allowing your brain to relax into that you know, that space of comfort probably just has been gotten really hard for you. I can just imagine the look on her face. Anyway. Lady, take a hint. Odie. one of the first three MH games again. I can give you, if you need it, I say definitely go for it. Sometimes when I'm in a creative struggle, I definitely go to like what inspires me to help, like, you know, reignite those juices. And recently I've been like following the breadcrumbs of inspiration that appear throughout your life. And I think back at like little moments of like, wow, that was like really cool. Oh, I really loved this and stuff like that. Things that I was just absolutely obsessed with. And I'm gonna mute the music for this. And I remember, and the thing is, okay, so Boff is not, you know, not my oldest character remotely, but there's lots of elements with Boff that are things that I've been obsessed with for my entirety of life that finally, you know, have come into form with them. There was this animation back in '98 called Dragon Friend. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Oh no, is that? Just make sure this is like the best quality here. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's recorded off of a TV from the 90s, but I'll link it here. 1998. I believe I was 12. Yeah, 99. I was 12 years old. And I remember watching this the first time, and and if you watch it, you know, you'll see exactly. You'll see, like, if you know my characters and what I'm obsessed with, you'll see exactly the thing that just, like, got its hooks in me when it comes to this little short here. And, and I only found this, like, maybe, like, a few years ago. We found this, like, a few years ago. But I remember this little animation, and, you know, what happened in it with the dragon, has been latched into my brain for, like, you know, gosh, almost 30 years before I finally found it again. And I look at it, and, like, knowing what I know now and what inspires me and what I'm obsessed with now, it's like, oh, like, I think everybody has something like this, and I just think that's so cool, where you look at somebody's, you know, childhood and, like, the moments where they were really inspired by something, even something as small as, like, a little animated short that, like, kind of maybe, like, dictated, like, was like a catalyst for everything else that they focused on and loved, and it was inspired by. I would say that before Boff really came into a focal point, came into focus as a, you know, character of my lineup, I've been obsessed with like, mentors and students and teachers and but a very certain, you know, type, where, like, and I will say, like legit, like, the teachers, like a trickster or something like that, and that's shown up in so many, like, so it's not just, like, you know, not just a mentor, it's a mentor who's, like, you know, has this sort of, like, certain air about them that this dragon has, and once you see it, you'll understand, and you'll get it, and you'll know, like, oh, this was a moment in what inspires B's history that sent me spiraling. A breadcrumb, a stepping stone that eventually got to a point where I am now with, my characters and my stories. And it's just funny looking back at that. Because, like I said, everyone has these kind of things. But yeah. I bring it up like I kind of go on this tangent now because I recently found it and rewatched it. And I watched it and I go in and I'm like, oh gosh. Oh gosh, jeez. Oh crap. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Kind of random, but do you know the Magic School Bus? One thing I remember from watching it as a kid is that I did double take when they learned the little animal mascot was female. That was so unique for some reason as a kid. Oh yeah, no, I loved Magic School Bus. One of my favorite shows. I was not when it came to PBS shows, like maybe like a handful of them I really liked, but Magic School Bus was like one show that I never fucking missed. I remember playing the PC games, the old PC games, Magic School Bus. But yeah, Liz was the girl, and yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's not something that, usually when you see little animal mascots, the default is them being, being male, so. When something breaks away from the default that you're used to, that definitely does stick with you. Another little breadcrumb of inspiration. Aku from Samurai Jack. I was obsessed with Samurai Jack. This was a show that I went on my way to watch every time there was a new episode. But it wasn't Jack. It wasn't. Like, Jack was fun, and his adventures were fun, and I enjoyed watching that. But it was Aku. Like, and the thing is, I'm not a big villain character type of person. I don't, I wouldn't say that most of the time villains are not my favorite character. Aku is like the exception to the rule because I loved Aku. He was a shapeshifter. He had a commanding presence. But he was also silly. He was silly as fuck. There are a few episodes where he's just a silly guy. He's just a silly guy ordering a fucking pizza, telling nursery rhymes to kids. So it was propaganda nursery rhymes to kids. He's a silly guy! Silly, evil master of darkness. And I look at Aku and and how that he was literally my favorite thing about that show. And I watched every episode just to hope to see him pop up again. And I look at that and I go, oh. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. I see it. I see that breadcrumb. Uh-huh. And I've talked about this before, Puck from Gargoyles. Here is Gargoyles, the show about big monsters, and, that's the focus point. My favorite character, of course, is the little asshole, the little trickster asshole that only shows up in, 6 episodes. And I watch every single episode in the hopes that he would pop up again. Because, in the 90s and the early 2000s, there was no streaming. You couldn't rewatch something. You had to, by chance, hope that you get the episode that, that features the character you want. And, with luck there, you'll get to see it. Oh, yeah. No problem. You can wait till I'm done streaming. I'm definitely in B's in a passionate, monologuing mood. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm guessing you saw what I mean, though. You saw that. I'm sure you saw that, and you're like, oh, no, I can see why B likes this. I can see why B was obsessed with it. I can see exactly. I'm sure you could. What was another one? I would say Genie from the Aladdin. Genie is easily my favorite Disney character. Genie from Aladdin. I wouldn't call Genie, necessarily a trickster. But there's definitely a hint there, There's definitely, there's silliness there. And there's silliness, there's jokes. And so So there's definitely a sense of that. But like being magic and being very large and taking up the room. I liked it too as a kid because of the flying part. Yeah. I'd say that you like. I mean, you like dragons, or you like monsters. I would say that. I mean, what about you, Craig? Are there moments you can think back of that was like that you came across that really kind of like was like a lightning strike moment for you, inspiration wise? If Jen, if you're still there, I'd like to know yours too. Anybody who happens to be, listening to me, yammer, please provide. Can't think of any immediately, but there's a lot of small ones like Magic School Bus one I mentioned. Yeah, Pokemon's a big one. Pokemon definitely Pokemon was always the creature design aspect. Monster designs and stuff like that. But I know there's lots of to be take from Pokemon that could inspire people. But I would say I see a lot of how you design your non-human characters, which 99.9% of your characters non-human. I definitely see how some aspects of Pokemon, getting in there. Anyway, I'll get back to what I'm working on. I might call it here in a half hour. Even though I watched it much later life, Spirited Away significantly changed my preference for dragons. Yeah. Noodles. I would say that I was part of well, I wouldn't say always. I remember Dragonheart. Dragonheart was also a big thing for me in my youth. Dragonheart, Draco was very much like what you expect Western dragons to look like. And I think Western style dragons, where they're, I would say, muscular and more typical, pteropod I think there's definitely, I still like aspects of that look. But I'm definitely Team Noodle. There's this one dragon body type that I see a lot, and people love it. It's really not a shape that I personally like. It's legit. It's like Pete's dragon, like the pear shape, There's a lot of artists that who draw their dragons like a big pear shape, And it's not for me. It's not a shape that I personally makes my brain scritch, But that's another. But there's lots of different types of shapes that people can have preference over. You're not much for pear dragon either. Yeah, it's kind of dopey looking for me. It's dragon Dragonite. Dragonite isn't a bad. I wouldn't say Dragonite's a bad design. I wouldn't say Dragonite's a bad Pokemon. But it's if you love Dratini and if you love Dragonair, which they were definitely two of my favoriteest Pokemon growing up. I absolutely adored them. And then you're oh man, these cool serpentine, epic looking, mythical looking Pokemon. What's the final evolution? Fucking Barney the dinosaur if he was orange. Ugh. It's just it's like a slap in the dick. It's like getting dick slapped in the face. And you know, I back then I would say I hate Dragonite, but really it's not. There's people who really love Dragonite, and, you know, the Dragonite's there for the people who like that dragon shape. Good for them. But I want Noodle, I want Noodle Dragon. I want Blue Noodle Dragon. I want Blue Little with the swirly wings. The swirly wings, Crit! It had the swirly wings! The swirly wings! This! I like this! I want more of this, please! The swirly wings! But no! No swirly wings! No swirly wings for you! Instead of weird freaking antennas with a dinky ass horn. Well, that's another moment to stuck in me, kid. Ash losing the main character can lose. Yeah! I think that was really brave of them to do that. Because it's like, you know, it's easy for, like, it's easy to, I wouldn't say Pokemon is, like, genius writing in any aspect. I really, up until Scarlet and Violet, I really didn't care a lot about the side characters, or any of, like, the over-encompassing story that was happening. It just never felt developed enough to really, like, be a story that I cared too much about. But I would say that, you know, Scarlet and Violet, like, definitely changed that, and definitely gave me, like, more, you know, more, like, characters. Like, Larry, fucking genius. What a fucking genius character. I love Larry. Something, like, he's basically a common, like, he's a commonplace type character, because in our world, dudes like him probably, you know, exist in the millions. But in a vibrant, colorful world full of Pokemon, where it's like, you know, where strangeness is the norm, here you have fucking Larry coming in, and he's the abnormal one, and I fucking love that. I love that so much. He's the best junior ever. He is amazing. I love him. He's like, you know, like, I say this all the time. It's so frustrating when you have, like, forgetful brain. Whereas, like, I say this all the time, but in the moment that I actually need to say it out loud in a conversation, I forget it. Expectations. Subvert expectations. I love subverting expectations. And he's definitely, like, top tier there. One and done. I mean, I don't know. The only time that we see, like, characters pop up again is, like, if there's, like, a time skip. Like Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon was, like, a time skip. We actually saw Red and Blue. To be honest, I never beat Sun and Moon, so I can't say. I remember seeing, like, screenshots of that. But yeah, usually if there's a time skip or, like, a certain cameo, but it's usually really short, and it's not something that's put a lot of focus on. So I don't know. But yeah, Pokemon writing. Pokemon writing, most of the time, nothing too stellar. I remember really loving watching the Pokemon anime, but I think it was, like, sometime, like, Pat and Johto when I stopped watching it, because I realized it's literally the same fucking episode every episode. It's where Ash and gang find Pokemon, find unique Pokemon, find Pokemon flavor of the day, find trainer who is, you know, attached to Pokemon, who might have a different, like, character design that's unique, but personality-wise is pretty much, like, not much different from the last, you know, 10 different trainers we saw before. Usually determined, usually, like, you know, sometimes maybe they'll have, like, another personality shift, but, you know, basically some sense of, like, wanting to bond with the Pokemon, wanting to do great things with Pokemon, blah, 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 blah. And then Team Rocket, and then, you know, overcoming challenges, status quo achieved, and then they travel on to the next whatever the fuck. That's literally, I'm summing up like literally every fucking episode of Pokemon aside from like special, story aspects, like in the, like when they finally reach the league or some other kind of shit. And when I realized that, wow, every episode is basically the same, it's just a different flavor Pokemon of the week, I stopped watching. I just this is boring. This is not... I love Pokemon, but this is not giving me any sense of, I don't know. It's not scratching my brain at all with, a compelling story. It'd be like that, yeah. I will say, though, and I remember talking about this, too. There's one episode of the Pokemon anime that really... Another big breadcrumb moment for me. The Tower of Terror, where Ash first meets the ghost Pokemon. Up until that point, I would have said my favorite Pokemon were, Dratini and Dragonair. That episode changed, oh no, these are my favorite Pokemon now. Until, Xerneas eventually got released, but that was years later. The Tower of Terror episode of Pokemon, it was one of those things that just did something to me. Did something to my brain. I loved how they were, they're ghost Pokemon, they're supposed to be scary. But you watch that, they're actually more interested in trying to make other people laugh. Like, they were watching a comedy show in the beginning, and they were laughing at that, and they were doing, cartoonish, over-the-top expressions. And the people who came by, they were more interested in making them laugh than scaring them. And then basically they, there was the whole bit where they fucking give Ash a literal out-of-body experience. Ugh, I remember that and be like, whoa, that's so cool. An out-of-body experience, a new perspective of existence that he'll not remember at all or take anything away from because, Ash is because the status quo needs to be withheld between episodes, but anyway, I don't know if it's funny. I think it's just, just happens to be that. Maybe it's funny. I don't know. I love ungulates. I love deer. I love goats. I love... ungulates are one of my favorite types of animals. And I love forests. I love, life, life-giving energy and stuff like that. And then Xerneas pops in, not only, but has rainbow antlers and swords for feet, and it's blue, black, and white. And I'm just like, literal tear dripped down my face when I saw Xerneas. It was that fucking bad. It was that fucking bad when I saw Xerneas, guys. Very, very cringe. I'll say that I said this a million times already. I love Xerneas. I do think Yveltal is a better design, though. Xerneas, trying to make, X and Y is such a confusing, because each Pokemon generation is, they go, and this would be another big thing that inspired me through Pokemon, is the equilibrium of opposites, where you have two, silver and gold, you have, sun and moon, different, opposite elements, basically. X and Y, okay, maybe in, biological sex, maybe. Especially if you like bacon, yeah. Kind of a weird thing to make, opposites. But then it was X to Y, and then they tried to make the legendary Pokemon look like an X and look like a Y. And Yveltal, looks fine. You can see the Y, but it's not it doesn't feel forced, X is okay. That's a good point. The thing is, X and Y, the themes of the Xerneas and Yveltal, is that it's basically life and death. It's creation and destruction, and I don't know how that has anything to do with X and Y. I guess they couldn't call this is Pokemon Life and this is Pokemon Death. This is Pokemon creation, this is Pokemon destruction. I guess they couldn't, like, just call that, because censors are weird when it comes to that shit. But I'm pretty sure they could have come up with something better than X and Y. But yeah, they tried to design the legendary Pokemon over X and Y, and while Yveltal, it doesn't look forced. You can see the Y there, but it still looks like an animal. Like, it still looks like a creature that just is, and just happens to look like a Y. Xerneas is the opposite. Xerneas is a creature that looks like it was meant to be designed to look like an X, rather than just something that, happened to look like an X. And it doesn't even look like an X! Like, the antlers are so fucking weird and overly complex and kind of dumb. Like, they're not even, like, tree branch. Like, it's supposed to be a tree when it's in a dormant state, but its antlers don't even look branch-like. Aside from, like, one extra prong. Well, I guess there's the... Okay, whatever. Like, the light weaving into them. That is a cool aspect to it. But, like, it's only gonna look like an X if it stands with its legs, like, weirdly angled from its body. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work as well as a Yveltal. I love Xerneas. It hits, like, so many, like, personal points of aspects that I love personally, and that's why it is my favorite Pokemon. But I feel like they could have done a better job. And here we're getting another Legends game. Okay, here. Crit. What is your Xerneas is also a deadly sweeper. Deadly sweeper? I can't tell if you're making a joke where it's like something broom related, or if it was actually like a good Pokemon to use in battle-wise. I know you play PvP, so maybe you're referring to that. I don't know. I don't know the term Deadly Sweeper, though. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Okay. So... Really? Dang. That's my Xerneas. I'm good at sweeping. Okay, so so Pokemon Legends ZA. I still need to play Pokemon Legends Arceus, and I would like to play that before ZA. So eventually, sometime this year, I'll probably, like, reboot Arceus and get that done with. Pokemon Legends ZA doesn't look as fun, because it takes place in a city, and then there's only, like, selective, like, little alcoves where you can, like, find Pokemon. And part of what, like, made Arceus really fun is, like, you have, like, this big open area where Pokemon are literally fucking everywhere. But instead you have little smaller closed off areas that don't seem as huge. And I'm a little concerned that that's not going to have the same impact. I could be wrong. No one's gonna know until we actually play the game, right? But we'll see. Like, I don't think I'll have multiplayer as Arceus didn't, which is upsetting because I love that about Scarlet Violet. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think it's more, you can expect more Nintendo not to do multiplayer for most of its games, because that's always been a point of something that they don't ever, like, consider to be as wanted as they might think it is. Nintendo and having multiplayer capabilities, or allowing people, just to play with each other. It's always been like, if it's in a game, it's like very limited kind of thing. Anyway, but yeah, I'm a little curious to see if this new Legends game is gonna, like, be as big of a hit as Arceus was. We'll see. It already looks like it already looks better, I would say. It already like visually looks better. It doesn't look so. Because the thing is about Arceus, when I remember playing it, is that the world, while it was covered with Pokemon, the world itself was really kind of sparse and boring looking. So if they can like make, it was the same thing with Scarlet Violet, where you had this very large world, but aside from like Pokemon, showing up here and there, the actual contents, like there were like trees and shrubbery and buildings and stuff like that, felt way too sparse. So maybe with this game they'll work on that, making the world feel like more full, Ditto became a top tier Pokemon because Xerneas and their sweeping shenanigans. Xerneas single-handedly made Ditto top tier. Really? Wow. And I thought Ditto already was a top tier Pokemon. It's a shape-shifting Pokemon. Who wouldn't consider that a top tier Pokemon? Impossible. Alright. Art. The thing I'm trying to do. Art. God, I've barely done anything during this stream. I get in these talking tangents way too easily. Come on. Just also steal stat changes. It made them a great anti-sweeper because Ditto can't steal the sweeper stat changes and be faster than them with a choice scarf. Basically stealing the sweeper. Wow. So basically, unless you had a Ditto on your team, you're gonna get fucked by Xerneas. Because Xerneas was such a menace, people were using Ditto to stop that deer in its tracks. Wow. Look at me dance. Going is right where I am. Going is right where I am. It's just who I am. I'm an object in motion. Emotion. The legs are broken, but look at me dance. Object in motion. I'm gone. Alright, Crit, thanks so much for hanging out and chatting with me as I gush over stuff and be cringe. But we're cringe together, and that's what makes it magic. Sleep well. I hope work goes well. I know it probably won't, because that seems to be the theme. But I hope it gets easier for you. Sooner than later, please. wonder if I should have stuck with a thinner brush. Nah, it's fine. Object in motion, ocean, your legs are broken, you dance, object in motion, I'm going. It's right where I am. Oops. Is that better? I think I do like that better, actually. Mm-hmm. 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 Blood and sugar. You say you're sorry. You're sorry still. All those things you do. Get out. Mm-hmm. I think this is a Star Trek thing? Yeah. I have not seen anything Star Trek except the newer movie once. Between this song and BP and Sophie gushing about how good Star Trek is, it's definitely on my list to watch finally. We got a spillet. Oh, it's so cute. Is that ramen? Oh, in takeout box. Oh, I love that. Noodle do. Little cutie. Oh gosh, I love it. I love the variations. Hoping, I think it was in Jen's stream that I said I hope eventually we get a gazebo or some sort of outdoor place. Okay, monkey grilled to perfection until golden. Be prepared during breakfast. Grill. Do I have a grill? Morning. The monkey. Game Boy Advance colors. Oh, look at his holding the coffee mug with his tail. Ah! Cute. Oh man. I got like I would. But this would be so fun to do with friends, where we just make a game and we design little critters, little companion critters. What am I doing? We are grilling, cooking. Okay, what is this one? Look at this little asshole. Such a lax pose. I love it. Alright. How many squares do we have left after this? 2. I don't know. Should I just keep going until those 2 are found? We'll see. killer. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. To be honest, I'm still not sold on these being the design for her shoes. I just know they're going to be black and white. But it's what works for now. I think hopefully, like, if I can... Part of what is hard for me to drag my feet to make refs is, like... I would like to make a ref and not have to make it again. But, you know, skill level and tastes and change and wanting to be able to, you know, change the way a character looks and stuff like that happens. Okay. There we go. That's a bit. Well, you know, maybe like down the road, if that happens, I can easily just edit this one. So make a new one from scratch. Also, that just seems long for a shoe tongue. I might still edit the shape of this down the road. I'm just trying to get it mostly done here. That already doesn't look right, but whatever. And I feel so beautiful. Yeah, I'm not super happy with this, but it's okay. I think I just need to take a look at shoes. Just kind of decide on something eventually. And I feel so beautiful. And I feel so beautiful. Sing along? Normally? What? Impossible. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be happy with anything unless I do some shoe research. So we'll just let that be for now. It's okay. I think I got the majority of the... Here, let me do this in a different layer. I've changed her look a few times already, but I've always insisted she has a hoodie. Oh, I fucking love this song. I really want to get this game. I think it's on sale now, but yeah. I got so many games already. Eventually. Yeah, we did that. There you go. Probably full fucking ear. Time we circle the night with one wing beating, flashing forward. So they would come to, yeah. Her weirdly huge ears. It's the night like it's never ending. You're the sun and I'm the moon. Can I sing? Yes. Can I sing well? Like Yakko's. I relate to that mouth noise very well as a response. So much time we circle the night with one wing beating, searching for life that's true. We lose the night like it's never ending. You the sun and I the moon. Every time I do this, I think of that one animation. Tonika, I think his name is. I can't remember. Where he animates a dog going. I think of that and I'm like, no! Why you gotta be relatable like that? Why you gotta be relatable like that? No! I don't want. No! I don't want to find that relatable. But I remember the other dog does like path. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called in Photoshop. It's something path. The thing is, though, as much as I struggle, I do like the little imperfections doing things this way gives you. Plus, you get line variation. You can't really get line variation with the other way. Oh. This Friday we're going back. We're going back this Friday. Sometimes you just flip the canvas so you can have better control of the direction you're trying to get to. This would be my major reason why I never like doing things in like aside from sketching, I don't like doing things in Procreate because there's not like a quick flip sketch. Hey BP, you never get notifications. Well, that's not my fault. You should have my page open all the time, so the moment I go live, you'll be like, "Oh, here we are. I'm already here." How's it going? Hopefully, recovering from that meeting wasn't too bad. I like that bit better. More like weird ass horn than, more like hair than horn, you know? At least I think so. Bit, bit, bit. Sorry. Oh, she looks cute. I love this song. Dicks. Just a nice song about people whose name is Richard, you know? And nothing else. You got lasagna. Lasagna. Lasagna's not my favorite Italian dish. Just because the tomato sauce needs to be very... I mean, needs to be very pulverized. Like marinara sauce or vodka sauce, very good. But if it's like a very chunky tomato sauce, bleh, can't do it. But I like it when they with some ricotta in between the layers. Ugh. That's just good. I like dicks. I like dicks. Ding dong. If you love dicks, put your hands up now. Dicks, put your hands up now. Very few layers of actual pasta. That would be the low carb version. Meat and cheese. What kind of meat? Like a good sausage? Dicks make the world go round. Ding dong. Ground beef usually. Something that my mom does that's really good is that when she grounds beef, she puts like about a pound of sausage in there too. So it's still mostly ground beef, but you got a little bit of sausage in there too to help add a little bit more savoriousness to the flavor. Here's what you miss. Mm-hmm. Lots of garlic. Nice. Sure. I'm probably going to be wrapping up here soon anyway, so I can run away and I don't have to stay here and suffer for very long. Alright. Ooh, that does look good. Is that fresh mozzarella on top? It does look good, actually. It doesn't look too red. So it means that the tomato probably is, finely diced. Ricotta? Nice. It looks good. I'd eat that. I'd put that in my face hole. I slurp that down. Sensual-like, too. Eye contact. What? I don't know. It depends on how delicious it is. If it's too delicious, I'll have to close my eyes. It's hard to keep your eyes open when you're having a galaxy brain moment, you know? How sensual are we talking? Oh, you know. Moans. To signify how yummy it is. Mmm. Oh, so good. Gay. I'm not gay. Your future children. Gay. I'm not gay. and pretty eyes. Hey! What? Musical theater. Oh, hey, Alex! I'm doing alright. I'm just doing art, trying to... I mean, I got your line art mostly done, so I guess I did make some progress. I get you know me. I get sidetracked with every fucking little thing. Not my pink socks. Musical tonight? This is me whenever I listen to music, man. You just haven't heard me do it enough because I haven't been doing art streams, but this is... Wednesdays are my new official art stream days. It's official. It's the thing. It's the thing that is happening. Official, exactly. Official. It's the thing. Well, better. Maybe. Oh. I don't know many other artists, or I don't talk with any other artists that make riff like these. So I don't know if like constantly making tiny adjustments is like normal, but I guess it's normal for me. Pillars of the Earth? Is that like a documentary? No. Miniseries. 2010 miniseries. I feel like an obnoxious guy. Why? Because you can't stop talking about it? Nothing wrong with that. What's it about? Oh my god, it's so difficult. Like reading it. I was thinking of The White Stripe, The Murder of Thomas Becket, but focused primarily on the anarchy. Oh, it's a historic novel. It's real life. No, just kidding. No. I would be interested in watching the miniseries. If it's good, you know. If people like it. Pain. Ah. Pain can be fun, though. Pain can be lots of fun. Pain can be so much fun. Here's just a silly giggle song. Just a silly little giggle song that I love to listen to. Because I'm just a silly giggler myself. One chapter in it, I just wanted to hug her and give her weapons because she needed to bonk people. Oh no. I don't know why. I mean, history has been historically kind to women, right? Ugh. History has been the most kind to women. Always getting their fair share, never being taken advantage of, never being exploited, never being forced to do things they don't want to do. That's just like, that's just a usual, just a regular day in women history. Ha 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 ha. Did you ever want a song where someone laughs to the Halls of the Mountain King? Well, you have one now. It's outside my usual genre. What? You don't listen to this on repeat? I love happy, laughy songs. Puerto Rican boy singing about longing. Oh gosh. Can't say that I've listened to much Puerto Rican emo music. Oh, and Puerto Rican lady who is a smooth talker to the ladies. Oh. Oh. Makes me go, she gets me! Ah. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm really scatterbrained today. Probably should learn to take an Adderall before I do these art streams. I have two playlists. Sad, horny, emo, boy, and tears be flowing. Both sad, I see. Both sad themed. This is a good song. I love the song. Walk. led my characters to this kind of bullshit, and I love it. Sad, but in different ways, yeah. Sad horny emo boy is sad in the shower, sad. Tears be flowing to sad while pelting out the lyrics off key. Aww. These flavors might seem the same, but there's subtleties and nuances. Exactly. That Bad Bunny Tiny Desk concert had me bawling my eyes out. He had a concert on a tiny desk? That's a... Never heard of that kind of venue before. Come see Bad Bunny on a tiny desk. Oh, NPR hosts it. So like it's a podcast or a. And see, here you got me thinking that he was at like some kind of field where he was just on a tiny desk singing. All right. Trying to avoid tangents can be such a pain in the ass. That works. I wouldn't even say I'm the best at avoiding tangents, but you know, I do try. And go to art school, but I try to pick up what I can. Musicians and microphones, the vibes are immaculate. I mean, it's difficult because they're technically everywhere. Yes, this is true. And I don't really listen. I mean, NPR seems like the kind of thing to listen to that aligns with my sensibilities. To put it as frankly as I can in this one moment. But I haven't really taken the time, other than like maybe like a news thing here and there. But I haven't really taken the time to listen to it or anything like that. You only mess with the concerts? is like a video on YouTube that you can watch. To be honest, like, okay, to be honest, I love music. I absorb a lot of music. You know, as far as the musicians that go though, I don't really take much time to like look up the musicians or hear what they are about or unless it's like, you know, oh, this person's actually a terrible person. Like Pogo. I loved Pogo's music, but man, that guy sucks. But yeah, I really don't like you know, take much consideration and I don't really like really look for other performances of them outside of the stuff that I hear on you know, what's been released and out there. Pogo? Okay, so Pogo did those mashup songs, famously like taking like little like vocal clips from like Disney movies, mostly. I mean, I'm sure like one of his songs was really popular on TikTok not too long ago, um, like sometime last year. I'm sure if you heard it, you would know you would recognize it. Basically, though, the guy like there was that like shooting at a gay bar in Florida some years ago. Yeah, he came out. He when that happened, he basically like said good. Like he basically came out saying that. God, what did he fucking say? I want to make sure I quote this right, because it's like he's essentially like good. He said essentially like the vibe good that gay people died. Like, and he tried to walk it back. Yeah. Controversies. Was criticized for feminist. Yeah, he called feminists as gold diggers, making misogynist arguments against women's rights. And then he claimed that it was to persuade the radical right. He stated that in 2016 he fairly thoroughly disliked homosexuals. It amazes me to see that West welcome a culture through floodgates that want gays dead. I think it's fantastic. Yeah, he said that during his live stream. Oh yeah. Like, he makes this beautiful, like, whimsical music. Like that's... It's you would never think that kind of person would think like that making this kind of music. Because his music is like... Like, yeah, so whimsical and so beautiful and he takes like just in the, you know, he takes, it was very creative too, I thought. But then he's like, oh, thank God, yeah, he welcomes the culture, the American culture of killing homosexuals. So, you know. Oh, here's a question. Did anyone see what J.K. Rowling said about asexuals during Asexual Awareness Month? Or Awareness Day? I'm not on Twitter anymore, but it made its way to Blue Sky, and I'm just like, wow. Like, I needed another reason to fucking hate her. Oh, yeah. She basically said that being asexual was, fake victimization to where people, you know, making it this whole thing where people just, like, you know, trying to make it known that you just don't fancy a shag or some shit like that. She gets my... Yeah, yeah. Unreasonably angry. And the thing is, she's not gonna get... I mean, she's getting a new TV show that's basically revamping Harry Potter. That she's gonna make a ton of money from again, because there's just some Potterheads that aren't willing to let go... aren't willing to let go this thing that they attach their entire identity to. despite the fact that she keeps on revealing to be more and more of a horrible person who, despite being one of the wealthiest, people in the world, has made it her life's mission to basically, go against marginalized groups because she doesn't see their problems as, a worthy thing to be identified as, There's a point where it's like, I want to continue to saying, just because you like Harry Potter, that doesn't make you a bad person. But it's getting to a point where it's like, identifying as a Potter fan, it's getting to a point where you can't, separate yourself from that anymore, because of how constantly vocal she is and how awful she is. Whatever. Yeah. I think I blocked her on Twitter long ago. Not that that would do anything, but it's like, people like her feed off attention, and people keep on trying to fight her in the comments about the stuff she says, but it's like, dude, stop. She feeds off of this shit. She has become a full-fledged troll where it gives her, a sense of satisfaction knowing that she stirs, she ruffles feathers. I'd say the only thing I'm not too happy with still is these shoes. I gotta figure out, how the hell do you even draw shoes, man? I don't wear shoes most of the time. I like to go barefoot, but it's normal for people to wear shoes, especially when they're on adventures. Which, Mia is Isekai Adventure Girl. Just go barefoot. Man, I wish. But then I would have to charge extra for that. I mean, I think that I know they look like shoes, but there's some aspects that are like, are the shoe, is the shoe tongue that tall? And I don't really feel like drawing individual laces, but I don't really want it to look like like she fucking has the Velcros. I don't know. Ah. Yeah. Let's see here. Shoes. What do we got here? I would say this is better. This is probably some of the best shoes I've ever drawn. I'm usually not very good at drawing shoes. Like here, let me show you an example of how bad. These were like, this is her old half-made ref this is her original. What is that? Doesn't look like shoes. That looks like rolled up socks, basically. I think I actually like the way this hair looks here than that. You will cook your foot? What? very old OC for our do stream. Hey, we could do that. Did you want to skip the traditional stuff and just do digital again? I'm okay if that's what you want to do. Like, I'm not. I think I definitely have old OCs too that I can redo. We can both. Do you want to maybe just for this one, and then we could like save the traditional stuff for the next one? Just whip out an old OC and we all just kind of redesign them. Oh, it is? Okay. Okay. I would need to sketch them in digital. I can't revamp a character design as a go-to watercolor. I would need to do digital for that. I think so. From these pictures that I'm looking at, I actually didn't do too terrible a job. It seems I got the general vibe of them. Yeah, we're going to be doing our dual art stream again. After I was horrendously sick with a leg infection, a bacterial infection, and just and Jen's little accident, little hiccup that didn't affect her at all about losing all her digital art. We're finally kind of back on the same page, and we're going to be trying to do that again. I generally struggle with art recently and having a plan to keep me from getting salty. Yeah. What do you have salty? What's salty about? What? Nothing to be salty about. I'm being facetious. Please don't take it seriously. I know what you're dealing with, Jen. Some shoes you want? Dang, BP's a fashionista. Sending me pictures of gotta have shoes. I don't want to be a nasty person, so I'm just going to avoid it. I start on this dragon this next stream, Easter break, and then be dual stream. We'll figure it out, when we get from there. Whatever it's your call. What you want to do, what you want to work on. I suggested traditional art to help get away from the digital space because it just after what happened, maybe working digitally just wasn't something that after what happened digitally just still had a bad taste in your mouth, but whatever you want to do. I'm here. I'm here. I just want to do it with you. I just want to do art with my friend. I just want to do art with friend. Yeah, I don't want you to change what you want to work on. I just want to work on it together. Yep. That's the best part. Exactly. Art and friendship. Art and friendship. We'll figure it out. I do like the idea of revamping an old OC, though. I've been, on a character design kick, and I think that would be a fun challenge. So, if let me know what you decide. I'll play it by ear as far as, what I do. We don't technically have to do the same thing. We just, doing it together. But, whatever happens. Whatever does happens does do. Diz. Dumb do's these. These do. Sorry, at some point I just start vocal stimming and any sense of communication goes out the window. Other words, these other words, I love you. Sorry. As I said earlier, can I sing? Technically, yes. Can I sing well? I'm gonna go with maybe. Jupiter and Mars, for the words of my hand. In other words, really kiss me. I think this song is on Jules' playlist. Let me check. I know she has a Bayonetta song on her playlist. It's been a while since I listened to her playlist, though. No, it's Moon River that she has on here. But it doesn't seem like it's on there anymore. It seems like it's grayed out. The words, I love you. Do they have Moon River on here? Yes, they do. Oh, it's a cover. That's the thing about. I mean, it happens a lot less on Spotify than YouTube. I was talking to Jen on her stream how like Spotify's not perfect. Or it was K-Stream maybe. I can't remember who. Maybe it was Jen's. Where it's like, the thing about YouTube is that songs will just disappear. Like you'll make this perfect playlist, but then songs will just appear, and it doesn't tell you. It never tells you what song was removed. If the person who had the video just removes it, it says video removed, and you don't even get told like what it used to be. So you can look it up somewhere else. It was mine, yeah. The thing about Spotify is that sometimes songs will get removed here because maybe there was some legal stuff, or maybe the owner doesn't want it on here anymore, or something like that. But it at least tells you what the song was that was removed, and not to mention songs getting removed like that happens way less. Some words just feel right to repeat sometimes, and other times you just struggle not to say inappropriate. Yeah. Where's your light box? Man, I have one of those Huion light pads. Barely used it, because, man, I've tried to use, like, a light box or light pad for, like, tracing and stuff like that. Hurts my eyes way too much. Bright light, I can't handle my eyes. So what I use instead is, carbon paper to do a transfer. Dang, that looks like a fishnet on a shoe. BP is all about fishnet fashion, I guess, huh? BP and fishnets. Wow, that certainly went a direction. Oh, it's 3D printed? Is there, like, 3D printing that does fabric? Because that would be not a very comfortable shoe. You don't mind fishnets? The sole, I see. Yeah, it looks cool. I do think the sole's really cool. It makes me think of, chromosomes and DNA, stuff like that. Building blocks of the cell. Oh, hey, Birdie. I like your signature look. Looks like Ree. Like Ree? Lots of cushion, I bet, huh? I'm very hard on shoes. So me getting fancy shoes is never a good thing. Plus I have like double wide feet. So good luck finding anything that fits me. Probably the reason why I go barefoot is because my history of shoes and finding stuff that fits me has been arduous and painful and unfun. And I just don't have a good opinion on them in general now. Because the bee is covered by music. Because the bee is covered by music. Like, the... Oh! Oh! You mean my signature. Jesus. Gosh, Brady. Just sometimes you just say whatever, and I'm like, okay, what is the context that you're referring to? Okay. I was able to pick it up, though. I was able to find what you meant. Birdie said a thing. I don't understand the context just yet. What? Oh, there we go. I got there eventually. Took me a moment. You have wide feet? Yeah, I got double wide feet. I got big ass. I think I drew myself my foot. Okay, so here's foot. Here's normal size. So normally feet kind of go like this. I got angle. I got fucking obtuse angle. And then heel. I got this might be hyperboled a little bit. But essentially, I got this weird little jetted out angle that makes my feet fucking wide right there. My parents were really into downhill ski, and of course they, when you have a parent that's really into a sport, they try to get your kids to do it. So I remember waking up early on Saturdays when all I wanted to do was watch Saturday cartoons, but just to downhill ski in the winter. But I remember every year we would go to ski swamps where basically people would take their old gear and trade it with somebody else to find better gear or things that fit them better. And it was a way to save money. And every year, finding me boots that would not only fit my feet, but wouldn't pinch them near the toes, it was the worst. And to this day, I fucking hate trying on shoes. I hate it. I just put something to cover my feet and I can walk a distance in it. I don't care. Because some of them was, yeah. We had one store that was local that sold wide feet, but they moved to another town 3 hours away. So now everything has to be online purchase, and it's always a gamble if it's going to fit or not. Oh gosh, VP. That's a great way to get your child to resent you. I can promise you that. You can't have your own interests. You have to have my interests. This is a song that needs to go on Jules' playlist. I don't have a pairing for her yet, but someday I'll have the what's the word I'm thinking of? Man, this is happening all day. The tall woman. Sorry. The living vicariously, I guess, through a relationship. Maybe that's what I'm trying to mean. But yeah. Here, this is something I made earlier, before you guys rolled in. I made this, here's the original. I made up my own custom height chart, because trying to find one online is impossible, because it's never the right resolution. It never goes as high as I want it to go. 15 might seem excessive, but I got some big babies to accommodate for. So I made my own height chart. And you can see over here, all the different, layers and different lines. I measured everything pixel perfect. But I also, all the numbers are their own text boxes. that I lined up, you know, perfectly, you know. I mean, I grouped lined them, or tried to cut down the time. Hopefully I never have to fucking do this again, because this was like such a menial task. But, yeah. Here's like a little lineup that I'm working on that I just kind of threw together. But I don't have like a ref of Jules yet. But she is 8'3". Sorry, I sneezed. I snoozled. Oops. This really helps because it kind of gives like as they interact in my brain, this kind of like helps like give perspective on what they'll look like. Oop, my thing plugged out. Hang on. There we go. Child, if we don't finish in the top of the school academic performance, I might not love you as much. Oh gosh, VP. Because you sure definitely didn't have any burnout happenings in your own academic life. You wouldn't understand that at all. I might actually call it here. I wanted to call it at 4, but I think right now I'm good. Man, who burns out? I don't know. Only weak babies. I want to give them a target. See, I'm loving. Oh gosh, BP's hypothetical future kid is gonna be let's see. If you push them towards sports, they're gonna be a theater kid. They're gonna be a theater kid. BP's here supplying the world with more theater kids. Like their granddad. Oh, really? Hey, they say things skip a generation. My mom's a very neurotypical thing, but her dad? Most likely autistic as fuck. He was weird. He was the family weirdo. She was, and my mom, fairly normal. And then here I come. Crab walking in. Sometimes you can keep awesome sometimes you can't keep awesome contained. Sometimes it's just a recessive gene that needs to be, you know, like it's like the Hasberg chin of personalities. It's certainly a feature. It's certainly a feature you can have. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it here. I put together this, and I got her, mainly her line art done. I'm too scatterbrained to focus too well right now. I gotta remind myself to take an Adderall before I do these streams so I can actually get work done. I went on too many tangents. Kurt was here earlier, and I went on a tangent with him about talking about childhood breadcrumb passions, and then Jen and BP and got me all gabbing. All your fault. All your fault. Thanks for coming, guys. I'm still trying to find my footing with these art streams, you know? trying to see, like, you know, if I... So far, I've never, like, had, like, you know, 4 hours is a good chunk of time, but I've never, like, actually gotten anything finished. But, you know, the point is the socializing and to get myself to do art. And I technically did that. Not a lot. I technically did it, though. Oh, thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen. Actually, do we have... do we have one more? We do. It's a toaster monkey. Oh, no. Toaster monkey. Toaster monkey, guys. Toaster monkey. Toastmate. Oh, like primate, but toastmate. Ah. But that means I only got one variation left, and then I have them all. A fishy pal. I guess we'll just start. I got the fish, who is probably one of the more boring spirits. Because all it does is this. All it does... I mean, I love the big-ass eyes, though. Look at those big-ass eyes. Just blub blub. It's just blub blub. Okay, what do we need to do to get this guy to come out? Don't let the dirty dishes pile up. The running water almost sounds like a river. Okay. Dishes... And... there. Alright. Oh, okay, so then you're doing the bowl now. See, this is cute. I like it when they do something. If they're just sort of, like, sitting there and blinking their eyes, I'm like, okay, what else? Do something. But I like it when they have their own little activity they do, you know? Look at that! Oh, it's so cute! A million kisses. It's just a little, no, look at me. Most of the time, though, if I'm just, like, sitting and reading in a corner, or my character is, fish is just blub, blub, blub. I'm like, okay, but do something. Yeah, anyway. Alright, is there anybody I can raid? Most likely not. Nobody I know usually streams this late. Actually, let's, rate, I think, Tar rated this guy. So we'll raid this guy. He's playing Resident Evil 4. And he's dressed up as a bunny. Like a sexy bunny. Okay, I think this is where we're going. Like, that's... I'm sold. I'm sold. Alright, guys, thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful night, day, wherever you find yourself. Game stream back on Friday, returning to Outer Wilds. Until then, have a good one.